Good afternoon, everyone. I call Committee of Supply Section A to order. We're meeting today to continue consideration of the estimates of the Ministry of Education. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $7,093,293,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Education and Ministry Operations to 31st March 2022.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognize the member from Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Chair, and it's a pleasure to be back. And just before I start my comments, I just want to put on the record how frustrating it is that we aren't able to start on time. We're very short for time in the estimates, and then to not be able to start because we don't have a quorum is particularly frustrating. And so I just want to be on the record as saying that because we are very, very tight for time. And that's not the chair's fault. I just want it on the record that we really need to, we have lots of questions to ask. So there has been a lot of discussion around independent distributed learning. And there was a significant budget cut during the last year, is my understanding. And I've heard from a lot of parents who are extremely concerned about proposed changes that they're hearing about independent distributed learning. I wonder if the Minister could talk a little bit about the funding, the amount it's being cut, and what changes are happening to that program.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back to everybody. With respect to the independent distributed learning budgets, we in 2020-2021, the budget for independent DL was $36.6 million. And in this year, it will increase to $37.3 million. We've in fact seen an increase in the independent DL rate every year since 2017. And this year, the DL rate has increased such that it will be paid on the same formula as the public distributed learning rate.
Member.
Thank you very much to the minister. The second part of the question was, could the minister explain what possible changes are being contemplated to the program? And what I'm hearing is concerns around catchment areas and whether a distributed learning school community has to be within a school district or not.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The the notion of catchment areas doesn't really apply to school districts. Catchment areas are a geographic determination of which schools students in a particular geographic area go to. But in distributed learning, students can cross enroll. So any student in any part of the province can take any distributed learning program that they wish. We are looking at what we have learned from the pandemic, particularly around online learning. We want to talk with the sector about how we can continue to enhance our online learning programs. We know that they play an important role in the provision of our education program. So we will be consulting with the sector about how we can improve and modernize and enhance those programs, but that is a process that will be happening over the course of this year. For this year, certainly students can continue to roll in any distributed learning program that they wish.
Member.
Thank you very much to the Minister, and through the Chair to the Minister. Who will be consulted as you look at any changes to these programs? Because there is a great deal of concern from parents and families who are currently enrolled and very supportive of the work that's being done in this area.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think as is well known and established, we have a very kind of robust and collaborative approach to how we consult with folks across the sector. So certainly we've already had discussions with the BC Confederation of Parent Advisory Councils. We've already had some initial discussions with teachers. We'll talk with superintendents. We'll have a robust consultation and opportunity for all of our partners to weigh in on their perspectives. And important to note that the objective of this exercise really is about working towards better supporting parents, better supporting students who are choosing online programs, and ensuring that we have an online program that delivers a very high quality education program to BC students.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister, and through you, Chair, to the Minister. The BC School Trustees wrote a letter to the Minister in February in regards to a concern about trade students and a change at the Industry Training Authority to change the definition of youth apprentices, resulting in graduated students under 19 years of age no longer being eligible to receive funding from the ministry to complete their trades programs. They're very concerned about this, and I would like to ask through the Chair to the Minister what actions the Minister has taken in regards to this issue.
Minister.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. So just to start by clarifying that the Ministry of Education recognizes post-secondary courses for funding purposes if they form part of the school-aged students' planned program of study leading to graduation. And this really is about, the responsibility of the Ministry of Education under the School Act to provide an education program to students leading to graduation, up to graduation. Now, it is the case that if a student starts such a program in their senior years, they in many cases will continue to be funded, even if that program continues beyond their graduation, their high school graduation. And this is an issue that has been clarified with school districts. It is my understanding that the students who are the subject of the letter from the BCSTA really are the responsibility of and covered by the post-secondary system.
Member.
Thank you for that. And I think the second part of my question was what actions the minister has taken in regards to the issues. And just wondering what kind of consultation or conversation she's had with her colleague who is in charge of advanced education.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We, at a staff level in the ministry, are in regular communication with the Ministry of Advanced Education and Skills Training, and of course the ITA as well, with respect to the dual credit programs offered through our education program. In terms of, in response to the BCSTA letter, we, have clarified with our counterparts in AEST the policy from the Ministry of Education, as I laid out in the answer to the previous question. We're in regular contact around programming and around the policies, and it is my understanding that Minister Kang sent a letter in response to the BCSTA indicating that there had not been, in fact, a change in the ITA's policies.
Member.
Thank you. So in 2018, the ministry undertook a funding review, and out of that review came 22 recommendations. My understanding is that it is a two-phased approach. Phase 1 has, I think, 12 recommendations, and Phase 2 has 10 recommendations. Could the minister, through the chair, tell us or update us on how many of the Phase 1 recommendations are implemented and how many and which ones are still being worked on?
Minister. Oh, and just a reminder that we don't use names, we use positions when you're speaking of another member.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Apologies. Yes, right. Yeah, no, I was just trying to remember what I did there. So now I remember what I did there. Okay, with respect to the funding review, I mean, I think it's, people will, the members will know that there was a very extensive process constructed and led by a panel of education policy experts with regard to funding of a number of funding issues in our K-12 system. It was indeed a two-phase process. Phase one comprised 12 recommendations, and of those recommendations, 7 are complete, 5 are in progress. And of course, there's no question that the pandemic has caused some delays in working through all of this process. And so, but just to confirm, it continues to be an active. We're actively working on the recommendations that have been brought forward.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I think the minister can probably guess the next question. The status of the 10 recommendations of Phase 2. Could she give us a status update on those?
Minister.
Thank you. We are starting to now sort of turn our minds to Phase 2 of the funding review. Of course, as I've indicated, the pandemic has delayed this process. We, look forward to consulting with the sector and all of our partners on the remaining recommendations, and that will happen in the in the coming months.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Are there budget implications as we move forward with those recommendations, and are they included in this budget?
Minister.
Thank you. And I think it's an opportunity really to restate that I think that our government has demonstrated a phenomenal commitment to the education of British Columbia children. Our fiscal plan will see 1.22 billion additional dollars invested in education over the next 3 years. And really, the funding review is more a question of how we allocate the resources that we have in the system. And the objective of the review was to try how to try and make improvements on the current formula. So that is work that we will continue to do. There is no implication in the current budget, though, for recommendations that we haven't considered or consulted on yet.
Member.
A little concerning that if it's not funded, it's not action and actionable. But we'll move on to perhaps an ongoing issue that the minister will be very, very aware of. Straightforward question, is the minister still committed to eliminating all portables in Surrey in this mandate?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. This provides an opportunity to talk about the extensive capital investment that our government has made in our K-12 system. In this fiscal year, over $1 billion will be invested in building new schools, renovating schools, seismically upgrading schools, and over our fiscal plan, $3.5 billion. And that builds on a considerable record of from 2017 to now. So, when we talk about our expansion program, there is no question that government is committed to accelerating expansion projects in Surrey and reducing the number of portables being used for education purposes. Would say that, Surrey was looking at quite a deficit in positions. There's no question that under the previous government, expansion projects did not keep pace with the need in that region, and that led to, in fact, to an increase in the use of portables. So there are a number of issues, a number of concrete steps that our government has taken since 2017 in order to address the situation, particularly in Surrey. In 2017, we established a capital project office, and that office pulls together the district, the city, the ministry to work collaboratively on moving forward with projects and trying to expedite projects. So since 2017, that project office has ensured that that Surrey could purchase 4 sites to hold for future expansion. They've expedited business cases and approvals. We've held 6, over the course of the last few years, held 6 Surrey Summit meetings where we have a very high-level engagement with the mayor and the minister and the superintendent and chair of the school board. And all of this work is contributing to building over 9,600 new student positions, student spaces in Surrey, which will absolutely go towards reducing the number of portables used. Since 2017, our government has invested $450 million in 26 projects in Surrey. And for the first time last year, Surrey did not need to invest in new portables, and they have no plans in the current budget to purchase new portables.
Member.
Thank you very much. Could the minister share with us the percentage increase or decrease in portables since this government has been the government in 2017?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We just wanted to note that between 2014 and 2017 in Surrey, no new schools were built. One addition opened. And the 9,600 spaces that we have coming online from a couple of years ago now to 2025 will equate to a reduction of 38 portables. Now, the school district estimates that they have perhaps around between the ministry's estimates and our estimates, between 350 and 400 portables in use at Surrey right now. But I just want to take an opportunity to review the success of our capital program in Surrey. At Halls Prairie, 6 portables were eliminated as a result of opening the new Douglas Elementary School. At Pacific Heights, the opening of the addition at that school resulted in the elimination of 10 portables. At Coyote Creek, the addition to that school eliminated 2 portables. At Panorama Park, the addition at that school transitioned 110 students from portables into classrooms and got 4 portables off of that site. The opening of a new school, Maddaw School, eliminated 14 portables at Catesy and Hazel Grove School. At Edgewood and Douglas, the opening of those schools transitioned 110 students out of portables at Sunnyside. So I'd say that there is considerable work and considerable investment being made in Surrey to ensure that we have students learning in quality environments.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So could the minister tell me the percentage increase or decrease since 2017 in the number of portables in Surrey?
Minister.
Thank you. Just would like to just correct a number that I gave in the previous answer. I was missing a digit. Our plan reduces 385 portables. I didn't think that other number made sense. So our plan to bring on 9,600 seats in Surrey by 2025 will reduce all of the current portables in use in Surrey.
Member.
Thank you very much. And just a follow-up question to some of the information that the minister shared. So Surrey has a capital project office. Could you tell me who pays for the office, what the budget is, and who gives it and its staff its mandate?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The Capital Project Office, actually, I'd love to talk about the Capital Project Office because it's such a remarkable and phenomenally successful approach to how we can address the deficit that Surrey was left with respect to spaces in our K-12 system. And in fact, it demonstrates that we are investing so much capital resources, over $150 million in Surrey, that we really require this kind of approach to ensure efficiency and ensure that we can benefit from economies of scale from 26 capital projects that are ongoing in Surrey. So the project office is funded from approved capital projects. The annual budget is approximately $1.5 million a year. The terms of reference really are pretty simple. The goal of the project office is to try to accelerate projects for Surrey. It is the oversight is through a project board, which is co-chaired by the superintendent of the school district and the ADM of the resource management division of the ministry. It's clearly proven to be phenomenally successful when you look at the number of spaces we're able to deliver for students in Surrey.
Member.
Thank you very much. So considering, I'm looking at 385 portables that'll be gone in 2025 based on the projects that are predicted. How do other school districts qualify for a capital project office?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Important to note, I think, that any project that's capital project that's undertaken has project management attached to it, has project oversight. I mean, we work closely with school districts to determine the scope of the project, the risk inherent in the project, in order to determine the appropriate sort of approach to that oversight. We do have other project offices, one in Richmond, one in Vancouver. There was a project board, for example, established in New Westminster for the secondary school, which was a very extensive project. So it really depends on what the determination of the sort of the scope and nature of the project is, as to how to best organize the project management and the oversight of that project. Would say, though, that again, in the case of Surrey, because it's close to $500 million of capital that we're investing in Surrey. That's a considerable amount, and there is considerable coordination and oversight required, and efficiencies to be had in bringing all of the parties together through the project office in order to realize the number of seats that we're building, number of spaces we're building.
Member.
Thank you. Could I ask the minister, with the change of mandate in regards to childcare, how many childcare spaces have been and will be built by school districts and the ministry in 2020, 2021, and going forward each year?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I perhaps will just restate again my enthusiasm and excitement for being part of the building of the first social program really in a generation in this province, and indeed I think actually across Canada, as we build our Childcare BC program, which is aimed at improving accessibility, affordability, and quality of childcare for British Columbians. It is very exciting that we are in process of, we are at the beginning stages of starting to look at what the transfer of the childcare program from MCFD to education will look like, what that will entail, and I'm very much looking forward to the consultation that will happen and the work that will happen in that regard. And I do just want to take an opportunity to really to give a kudos to the many people who have contributed to this the expansion of this program so far under the leadership of the member from Burnaby Lougheed and many others who have contributed to the development of the Childcare BC program so far. What I can say is that at this moment the childcare program continues to be under the Ministry of Children and Family Development, but with respect to childcare on school grounds, I can say that about 52 of our 60 school districts have childcare on school grounds. And those, maybe some of those spaces may be operated by the district, some of them may be in partnership with other operators. But that number equates to about 34,000 spaces. In terms of how we now incorporate, through applying a gender equity lens to the development of our capital projects, we through our Neighborhood Learning Centre funding, have created 1,200 new spaces since 2017 in schools. And we have 7 projects currently underway where the Neighborhood Learning Centre spaces have yet to be determined, but there are certainly more coming through that project. So very exciting developments on childcare. We certainly learned through the pandemic, if we didn't already know before, just how fundamentally important childcare is to our recovery, to the health and well-being of our society. The opportunities to bridge early learning and childcare into our education system are very exciting. They will deliver very good quality, accessible, affordable programs for British Columbians, and it's a real honor to be a part of that project.
Thank you, members. We'll take a 5-minute break, or 10-minute break. It's been an hour and a half. Recess until we undertake, so we can undertake safety and cleaning protocols in preparation for a new committee chair.
I call the Committee of Supply, Section A, back to order. We are currently considering the budget estimates in the Ministry of Education. I now recognize the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome. I wanted just to read some answers into the record that were put forward by the member for Kelowna Mission yesterday. So with respect to the question of top school capital priorities already supported and in business case development for the Kelowna region, which was the subject of discussion yesterday, I can report that for Westside Secondary, in 2019, the district was supported to acquire a site and develop a business case for a new Westside Secondary School in West Kelowna. This work is ongoing, with the ministry providing ongoing support to the district in finalizing a concept plan for consideration by government. With respect to the site for Wilden Elementary, earlier this month, the district was supported to develop a business case for the acquisition of a site for Wilden Elementary. And if approved and acquired, this site would allow government to consider support for a new elementary school as part of future budgets. With respect to Dr. Knox Middle, earlier this month, the district was supported to develop a business case for a project to increase the capacity of Dr. Knox Middle School. And the province looks forward to receiving the business case with a view to securing funding approval. In regard to other district priorities for consideration as part of future budget cycles, the ministry is aware of enrollment pressures in the central Okanagan region, including in the Kelowna West and Glenmore neighbourhoods. And building on government's existing support for the district's most urgent capital priorities, as outlined above, government looks forward to considering opportunities to expand and modernize Constable Neil Bruce Middle in the Kelowna West area, which is the number 2 addition priority, Glenmore Elementary, the number 2 replacement priority, and Glenmore Secondary, the number 3 expansion priority, as part of future budget cycles. Government will also continue to consider the need for a replacement of Rutland Middle School, alongside replacement priorities put forward by BC's 59 other school districts as part of the annual capital planning process. With respect to the member's question about the percentage of funding for education capital programs, I can report that for budget 2021, expansion and replacement projects will comprise 46% of funding, seismic projects 36%, and maintenance 18%.
Thank you, Minister. Now recognizing the Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and delighted to have this opportunity to ask the Minister some questions. We're just going to dive right in and start with mental health. A survey from CBC of school workers and educational professionals has just been released. Some of the comments from that survey of teachers saying that, quote, students' needs are ever increasing. There are more students displaying signs of trauma. I feel overwhelmed. I do not see things improving for next year. We know that there is a shadow pandemic of mental health impacts as a result of COVID-19, but also that for a long time, mental health needs have been underserved in this province. So my first question to the minister is, can she tell me whether there is any specific mental health budget supports that are being put in? What will this translate to in terms of resources in schools? How many additional counselors, school support, or student support workers will there be? One of the comments I heard in an interview the other day about this was that teachers are indicating that the counselors' caseloads currently are so high that they rarely have time for one-on-one with students. They spend most of their time doing the required paperwork that they have. So just wondering if the minister can speak broadly about mental health supports in schools, particularly given the indications that we have of a higher level of mental health needs.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Welcome to the member, and thank you for the question. This, of course, is a very important issue, particularly as we start to come out of the pandemic, and a year that for our K-12 system has been. I can appreciate. I think we all can appreciate very challenging for students and staff. I think one thing to note about our approach to the pandemic is that we've been in a position, due to the extraordinary work of frontline education staff, of being able to keep schools mostly open and safe, and that has contributed to a degree of stability and predictability across the system that I think has been helpful when we look at the impact of other jurisdictions where schools have opened and closed and opened and closed. Overall, with respect to mental health, of course, members will be aware that in 2019, the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions released a Pathway to Hope, a 10-year vision and roadmap for mental health and addictions in BC. And education leads a variety of programs to support mental health and substance use prevention, sort of in alignment with that broader vision. And specifically, our mental health in schools strategy, which was introduced in September 2020, it really seeks to set out a system-wide approach to mental health promotion, focusing on compassionate systems leadership, capacity building, and mental health in the classroom. And of course, one of the important components of that has been building in resources and content about mental health and substance use curriculum or issues in the curriculum and resources for educators in schools. I mean, specifically with respect to funding, we have $6 million in the fiscal plan in this budget, $2 million in each year to support the Mental Health in Schools program, and for this year, that amount is combined with the $3 million remaining in federal funding, so $5 million this year for that program, and that funding will go to a number of. It will go to some districts. Will use that in some cases to hire staff. In other cases, it will be used for to support. Developing trauma-informed practice training resources for educators. It will also important to note a significant investment and expansion of integrated child and youth teams in currently where we currently have projects developing in 5 communities that will expand significantly over the next few years, and those teams are intended to be very on-the-ground resources integrated between school districts and health authority staff to provide direct services and supports.
Member.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. I appreciate the minister's response. I guess more on a kind of philosophical level, does the minister think that there are currently enough counselors in schools, and that funding of $2 million a year for the entire budget will be able to ensure that there will be enough counselors in schools moving forward?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back, and thank you to the member for the question. I think one of the important elements of how we are growing and developing our approach to mental health is to try and ensure that we have a cross-government approach and that we are able to leverage services and programs in a sort of across ministries, recognizing that children live in communities where there may be they may have access to community services through one program, and really trying to coordinate those efforts has been a focus of how we are developing programs. So, for example, the child and youth integrated mental health teams will bring together resources, community-based resources and school-based resources across initially the five school districts that we're working with currently, and that will increase up to 19 school districts, I believe, over the course of this fiscal plan, in order to leverage the services that are in the community to bring that together to sort of a whole of person approach for students who require those services. I wanted to address as well the development of the Foundry system of supports for youth 12 to 24, and in particular, I've heard directly from several individuals, many individuals, about how helpful Foundry has been during this period of COVID, and the new Foundry app that was launched last month. How youth have found that a very helpful support. So I think that there are supports to be found, and it's important for us to develop mental health supports through a variety of means beyond the school-based supports, which certainly exist and which certainly have been added to. In fact, we added 245 additional school psychologists and counselors in this previous just this year. So there are a variety of places where we need to be building supports for children in schools.
Member.
Thank you to the Minister for that. Just for clarification, that's 245 additional psychologists and counselors across the entire province. That's what's been added?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Correct. That was 245 across the system this year.
Member.
Thank you. I just want to turn a bit to some of the COVID funding. I noted earlier in response to some questions, the Minister mentioned $288 million in health and safety investments. Can the Minister clarify for me, was that entirely provincial funds, or was that a combination of provincial and federal funds? And can she provide a little bit of a overview or breakdown of how that money was spent to improve health and safety in the schools during the pandemic?
Minister.
You, Chair. So of the 288 million, 45.6 million was provincial, 242.4 million came from the federal government. And with respect to a breakdown of the categories of spending, 140 million went to learning resources and supports to support new technology and staff for transition programs. 111 million went to health and safety, so items related to cleaning, to PPE, to hand washing. 8.4 million to transportation. About 430 million to before and after school care. And there was an allocation as well in the last portion, about 900,000, I believe, for the establishment of rapid response teams in each health authority that worked with an anchor, that were anchored in a school district to provide support and coordination and communication to schools where there were that were experiencing high levels of exposure notifications.
Member of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That one of the things that's been called for, and as we have now had acknowledgement, and there seems to be consensus about COVID being airborne, is improvements to ventilation, and it's also recognized that improvement to ventilation in schools doesn't just improve safety conditions for COVID-19, but improves health conditions generally for students and teachers and staff working in the schools. Is there any plan on the part of the ministry to improve ventilation in schools moving forward?
Thank you, Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you to the member for the question. Just to put this the issue of ventilation in context, of course, prior to the 2020-2021 school year, as part of our restart plan, the ministry issued direction to school districts to ensure that they had updated their HVAC systems, increased their air exchange, and all districts were required to confirm in their safety plans that their systems met minimum requirements. School districts spent $10 million of the $242 million federal funding for upgrades. And as part of that, there were a number of upgrades to the MERV 13 filters, and we know that districts report having upgraded in excess of 45,000 air or ventilation filters in BC schools. The Education Ministry has allocated $77 million in provincial funds over the 2020-2021 and then 21-22 budget years for upgrades to HVAC systems as part of our routine maintenance program. And I think that there's just no question. We certainly appreciate the importance of ventilation generally. It's been very highlighted during COVID. We've acted to prioritize the upgrades. And I'd note as well that we are working, again, very closely and in collaboration with our education partners on this question, and have established a specific sort of ventilation working group as part of sort of a subcommittee of our health and safety working group of our provincial steering committee to work specifically with our partners on addressing any outstanding ventilation concerns as we move forward to a new restart in September.
Leader of the third party.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that information. Speaking of those partners, just in terms of response to the budget, the president of the BC Teachers Federation, Terry Mooring, said that the BC budget includes commitments to fund contractual wage increases and anticipated increased enrollment. However, there is an absence of targeted funding for both COVID-19 related safety measures and inflationary costs. She continues, we remain concerned that school districts will follow through on cutbacks to specialized programs and staffing. And of course, we've seen a lot of concerns about that right here in Victoria, with the concerned cuts about music education and programming. She continues, the public education system needs to be resilient and supportive of families and children in post-pandemic, and this budget misses the mark. The BC School Trustees Association said that the budget does not cover inflationary costs faced by school districts, nor are there any commitments to cover increased cost pressures related to the pandemic. Just wondering if the minister can respond to these concerns that are raised by the School Trustees Association and the BC Teachers Federation.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note that, I think it's important to again say that there's no question that we've all come through a challenging year, and I do want to give our partners in education, trustees and teachers and support staff and everyone, I think we have enormous gratitude for the work that they've done and will continue to do in our education, in delivering our education and supporting students. I want to say though that Budget 21 provides again record amounts of funding for our education system. It represents significant investments in children, in families. It ensures our education system will have the highest support ever, both in operating and capital. It invests $21.5 billion over 3 years to deliver our K-12 education program. And compared to 2016, it's nearly $3.4 billion more for BC schools. In Budget 21, we include more than $1.22 billion in additional operating funding for BC schools over the next 3 years. And what that means for this year coming up is that school districts will have an additional $437 million added to their operating grants. And our spending on education this year will be $7.1 billion. Our investments in this year represent 6.6% increase over the previous year. So we are making record investments to support British Columbia students, support our staff and our schools, and I would just say that I think that it's evident in terms of the record that that there is a significant investment being made in our schools.
Leader of the third party.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I applaud the investments. I think that really there's nothing that we should invest more seriously in than in our children and in education. And I think that we can probably agree that BC's education system has long had to live in a position of scarcity, and that scarcity has compounded year over year and ultimately decade over decade, meaning that even with these investments, I think there's still a sense in so many schools and classrooms that that feeling of scarcity remains, and it may take quite a while to get beyond that. I hope that this minister's commitment to that remains, to seeing a flourishing and thriving public education system. It's going to take a while, I think, to recover from this long standing approach of what has felt like scarcity. And having been in the classrooms, both as a parent and a teacher, I have experienced that in my own work life and parenting life. One of the areas that I think schools are really struggling is with education assistance. So just there are shortage of education assistants across the province in many of the districts. Is there a specific and concrete plan to address the shortage of education assistants?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for raising, what I think is an important issue. I think it's sort of it takes a village to contribute to the educational experience of students in our education system, and there are many different occupations and people who contribute to the well-being and learning and experience that students have in our schools. And I'd say that educational assistants play also an important role. So just by way of some numbers, in 2016 there were 9,300 educational assistants in schools. By 2021, we count 11,300, so a 2,000 sort of headcount increase over 5 years. And while I'd note that staffing and utilization is really determined at the school district level, in the most recent round of bargaining with CUPE, a recruitment and retention committee was established through collective bargaining in order to address precisely these issues of utilization, of EA standardization, recognizing that not only has there been just an absolute increase in the number of EAs, but also an increase in the percentage of classrooms in which EAs are working. So we're clearly seeing the development of this occupation, and working again collaboratively with our partners, both on the staff and union side and the school district side, to look at how we can better support the standardization and utilization of this occupation of employee.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. That leads right into my next question about the standards, and particularly the standards of practice for education assistants. The range of programs that an education assistant can take go from 2 weeks to 2 years. This is identified in an article that came out in October of 2020 about education assistants. And I think I appreciate hearing the minister speak about working on these standards. Is there a timeline for ensuring that there is a clear set of standardization of practice and professionalization for education assistants? And can the minister give some insight into the conversations that are happening around that, and when we can expect to see the outcomes from that?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member. I'd certainly agree that partners in the education system have raised the question of standards and utilization, and we're looking to explore what might be required in that regard. I'd say, though, that I think it's really important that we understand both how EAs are utilized across school districts and within school districts across different schools, and also understand what I think is a very complex landscape that the member referred to with respect to the training and education for EAs. So we are working with our partners, with CUPE, with others interested in this question to start to understand that landscape, so that we can then determine how do we move forward on this question. I'm a little reluctant to commit to specific timelines, because I think that some of these questions are quite complex, but I can say that it is an active file. We are actively in discussions with our partners on this issue, and looking to move forward on advancing both our understanding and coming to kind of some sense of where we need to develop, how this occupation needs to develop.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as we are perfecting the skill of being in 2 or 3 places at one time, I'm going to hand this over to my colleague, the member for Saanich North and the Islands, while I move into the other estimates debates that's happening right now. So I thank the Minister for her responses, and I'll hand it over to my colleague.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the member from Saanich North Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and an interesting exchange between my colleague from Cowichan Valley and the Minister. And first, I'd like to just congratulate the Minister on her appointment. It's the first opportunity that I've had to do so. I have been listening to the exchange with respect to the Minister stating that the investments that are being made in education. And I am reminded often when I talk to folks in the education sector that if there was more money, they would find ways to spend it, and I understand that. However, my colleague asked questions about investments in the infrastructure, as well as a shortage in the capacity of educational assistants. I was listening to the radio earlier this week on my way into the legislature, and I heard someone from one of the school districts on Vancouver Island here talking about teacher burnout and the really heavy toll that the pandemic has put on our teachers. And I'm just wondering if the Minister has, there was, in that conversation, there was some suggestion that that there's a feeling that perhaps teachers might retire early or might decide to go and do something else. And I'm just wondering if the Minister has any contingency plans in place to deal proactively with the potential teacher shortages should that occur.
Minister.
Oop, losing everything there. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. I have been so deeply really impressed and kind of really moved by the dedication, the commitment, the resiliency of education staff throughout our system over the course of this pandemic. I've seen, I think we've all seen so many incredible acts of community caretaking, whatever community we were part of, and in schools, this has just really been extraordinary. So, to all of the education staff who have been on the front lines and have seen us through this year, we're deeply grateful and understand that the pandemic has taken a toll, that it's been very challenging. Of course, this is a question an issue that we are monitoring very closely. We know that leading into this year, we had made significant investments in staffing. We'd hired over 4,200 teachers. We had hired 2,000 educational assistants. We currently are sitting at about a 1% vacancy rate in terms of teaching staff in the province, and we have an ongoing recruitment and retention sort of kind of process through BCPC supports school districts in certain areas where there may be some challenges recruiting. So it's something that we in the ministry and with districts spend a lot of time watching and tending to and caring for, and we'll certainly continue to do that. I think the best thing that we can do is make sure that we can get back to school in September through, on the other side, hopefully, of the pandemic to hopefully a situation that looks much more and feels much more like regular life for all of us. But of course, there will be things that we'll need to tend to in getting there, and that's one of the reasons why the Mental Health in Schools program is very important. It looks to address mental health and well-being for adults in the system as well as children in the system. So I thank the member for the question, and it's something we are monitoring and working, again, with our partners very closely on.
Member.
Thank you, Minister, and I appreciate the sensitivity of the question and certainly supporting the teachers that we have and the educational professionals that we have working in the system is really, really important. I'm going to switch gears here just as we get to the end here of our time and just ask a couple of questions, if I may, around anti-racism in education and the initiatives that have been highlighted in this year's budget, and as well the commitments that have been made by the minister. And just wondering if perhaps you could provide a little bit more information as to what that K-12 anti-racism action plan looks like, and if a more detailed curriculum reform in the education system is going to be part of that action plan.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I have to say thank you very much to the member for asking this question, because I was observing that we had almost reached the end of time, and we had not had an opportunity yet to talk about this important matter. And I was starting to think about how I might address it in closing comments, because I think it's extremely important that we talk about anti-racism schools in our schools. There is just no question that equity and anti-racism are foundational principles to our education program and to ensuring that we have welcoming and inclusive schools for all students. We also have an objective in education to dismantle systemic racism and discrimination. And I can say that in the Ministry of Education, we are very pleased to be working with the Attorney General and other provincial partners on working to strengthen a systemic approach to addressing racism and hate-related incidents in BC. So just with respect to just why this is so important for students, is because we know that the damage that can be done by exposure to racial discrimination in early years, and that exposure is a significant predictor of depressive symptoms in later years. And so this is a very key issue for our ministry. I think you may know that in July 2020, the ministry organized a community roundtable on anti-racism in education, and the purpose of that was to start to bring together elements of an anti-racism plan for education, working in collaboration with and making sure that we are standing beside and walking with community partners. So there were a number of key organizations and a number of Indigenous partners that were part of that. That process. We'll have another roundtable this summer, and from that work, we've developed a comprehensive sort of multi-year anti-racism action plan that, again, will continue to be informed by partner and community engagement. I'd note as well that our race strategy, our Expect, Respect, and a Safe Environment strategy and training has been expanded to specifically address racism as well this year. So the plan is a multi-year strategy to address racism, discrimination, and hateful behaviors, and rests on really 5 elements: developing provincial leadership, system support, workforce development, and raising awareness. And the number of elements in the plan involve looking at systemic changes in terms of policy and program review, curriculum, that is an important piece of it, resource updates, collecting race-based data, teacher recruitment, and professional development in all of these areas. So thank you very much to the member for that question, for this in regard to this very important work that we are undertaking in our K-12 system.
Member.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to the minister for having this as a central component of your work. I'm just wondering, I think we often look at the students and the impact that experiencing racism might have on them, as they're still many of them very young children. And as well, I'm just wondering, with respect to resourcing anti-racism professional development, I think in terms of compassionately supporting your educators and educational assistants and all of us, I'll just frame it as educational professionals in the system, administrators, teachers, support workers, outside staff. What kind of financial supports will the ministry be willing to invest in that professional development? And does the minister see this as a kind of a short-term approach, or is this going to be something that we are doing on an ongoing basis long into the future?
Minister. Minister.
Again, thank you to the member for that question about support for ensuring that we have staff who have the capacity in our education system to be able to work with the curriculum and the content that we're developing. And I can say that those plans are underway. We are working with community groups, with advocacy groups, to ensure that the content that is in our curriculum is based on lived experience. And we are working with the BCTF and our other partners, including Indigenous partners, in a number of programs to ensure that we have the staff with the capacity and the comfort level that's needed to be able to engage with this material. I'd say that in terms of, we don't that the plan is evolving in this regard. There certainly will be investments in professional development. That to some degree is a shared responsibility with districts, and of course this is an overall project that we're working with districts on. And I guess just last point is that this work is transformational. It's meant to engage in anti-racism and equity initiatives on a systemic basis to dismantle barriers that exist in our education system. It's a clear priority for our government. It's something that I think our partners are very invested in as well. And so it is. It certainly isn't short term. Thank you.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd be remiss not to ask one final question here, a local question. One of the school districts in my riding, School District 64, the Gulf Islands School District, has historically had incredibly high costs for transportation because they don't have school buses, they have school boats in getting their students and moving them around. And they've had to make some changes to how they deliver education, and that's not gone over too well for parents, specifically in the outer Gulf Islands. I wanted to raise this with the minister here in budget estimates and just ask, I guess, a general question about the minister's willingness to take a look at the funding formula for a school district such as the Gulf Islands School District 64 and their ability to be able to provide access, and as well accessibility for students who may want to go to school on Salt Spring, say for an example, but the transportation costs are incredibly high. And just wanting to bring this to the minister's attention and hear her on the willingness for some flexibility with the Gulf Island School District.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the member for the question. I have been made aware of the situation that the member raises with SD 64. I've had some discussion with the Ministry of Transportation. We've written to the CEO of BC Ferries regarding the particular challenge, and I'd say that beyond the improvements that were made to the funding model prior to the 2020-2021 school year to recognize this particular situation, we, staff of the ministry are in touch with staff at the school district, and we will certainly be considering the challenges that school districts such as School District 64 experience regarding transportation in our consideration, our future considerations around the funding model.
The chair recognizes the member from Fraser-Nicola for concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. It has been an interesting 2 days. There's some very, very good work being done within the system, and thank you for your commitment to that. As I said previously, I wished we'd had 3 or 4 more days because it is such an important topic, and there are so many things going on, and COVID has been incredibly impactful on our schools and what September is going to look like. So I hope that despite a very intense 2 days, there are hundreds of questions that we could have asked. And I thank the Minister for her candor, for her passion about public education and education as a whole. And I will be following up with some written questions because of the condensed time. It was impossible to get to everything we wanted to. So thank you. It's been a pleasure. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, member. And seeing no further questions, I will ask the minister if they would like to make any closing remarks before I call the vote.
I do really, I want to thank through the chair, the critic for the opportunity and for also a real evident commitment to education and to BC's kids, and to thank her colleagues who came and asked questions. I know that what happens on the ground with schools, with K to 12, and with children is very, very important to everybody sitting in this house. I'd also like to thank the third party for their important questions as well. It literally takes more than a village to operate our K to 12 system, and we are I think, very fortunate in this province to have incredibly dedicated and devoted, compassionate and strong and brilliant educators, support staff, school trustees who volunteer their time to help lead in communities on issues that are very complex when it comes to education. And it is remarkable the degree to which everyone is able to try to keep kids at the center of all of the decision making. So thank you for all of that. And in the ministry side of things, I really would like to thank my deputy minister, Scott McDonald, my deputy minister, and the deputy's team, all of the Ministry of Education staff who are equally dedicated to this incredible societal project we have of educating generations of children. And of course, the staff in my office as well were invaluable in helping to prepare for this process. So thanks very much, everybody. It's been an experience, and thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and to all members. Seeing no further questions, I will now call the vote. Those who are participating remotely should prepare their voting cards. Those in favor indicate aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate nay. Motion carried. Thank you, members. The chair now calls a short recess so that we can transition to Committee of the Whole.
committee members. We will call the committee to order, and we are in Committee of the Whole on Bill 9. And I will get started with Clause 1. On Clause 1, shall Clause 1 pass? Member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be the only member, I believe, asking questions. So I'll try to make this as painless as possible as we were doing in the other house. I'll try to make sure I have your attention as we go through this. Thank the minister. It's been so long since I've seen her today, but I'm glad to work through this bill. When we went through our second reading comments, obviously we mentioned that this bill is something we support, obviously making things easier for organizations, corporations, et cetera. Maybe my first question somewhat relates to the bill in general, but we'll do it through section 1 here. We're talking about allowing for opportunities for technology, for meetings, et cetera, for corporations, cooperatives, credit unions, financial institutions, societies. Are there any other organizations maybe that were left out that government needs to add at a later date, or does that cover all of them that have not only requested, which the minister acknowledged this morning, that this was a cooperative exercise with organizations? Are there any other organizations that we might have to also look at a later date that legislatively would require a change?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First, I want to acknowledge that there are a number of people speaking in my ear who are providing me with guidance. I want to thank Renee Montney, Assistant Deputy Minister, Carrie Tuvey, and Maria Montgomery, as well as Rachel Franklin for helping us steward this bill. And the member had asked about other organizations, and so there is certainly, from Ministry of Finance perspective, these are organizations that I'm responsible for from my ministry. There may be others that other ministries are responsible for, but this covers off the organizations that we have been in contact with for the Ministry of Finance.
Member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. So with that, then, appreciate that from the minister's perspective. We talked about how there was ministerial orders that were put in during COVID to allow for this on a temporary basis. Part of this bill, obviously, is more on a permanent basis. We did see, with respect to, I'm trying to remember, Bill 10, the emergency orders that were originally brought in were deemed illegal, if I can use that word, for municipalities, et cetera. And the COVID-19 measures bill needed to be brought in. Going off memory here on a lot of the debate on that. But I guess the question around that was, has the minister obviously looked into this, which I'm sure she has, but just for the record, the ministerial orders were legitimate. There was no issues maybe identified of why they would have been like the ones covered for municipalities that had to be brought back under a new measures bill. So I'm assuming, though, that the ministerial orders covered off the temporary ask without any issues, and now we're moving forward.
Minister.
Thank you. The member is correct. The ministerial orders that were delivered here, that we brought into force because of COVID, because of the pandemic, worked well. The feedback that we got was that various organizations, corporations, societies were grateful. They found it worked well, and that's why it's here before us for debate. It's in order to make this available to these organizations, should they so choose.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Continuing on section 1, just a few questions. Now, I will let the minister know and the chair. We'll be able to go through this fairly quickly. I do have some questions that I'll be bringing forward in the first few sections that we go through here. But as the minister will acknowledge, I believe as well, a good portion of this specific bill, as it relates to different institutions, that a lot of the wording, a lot of this bill is redundant in its sections. And so we will be able to move forward quite quickly on the latter parts, only due to the fact that, again, there's no point asking redundant questions that we can cover off at the beginning here in a few of these sections. So with that, where did the terminology come from? And was this in discussion with the groups around the fully electronic meeting, a partially electronic meeting, when it comes to an electronic meeting in general? Who determined that kind of phrasing of and how that's going to work in the bill?
Minister.
Thank you. I know that the member well knows that we've had to adapt because of COVID, and so I've had the opportunity because of COVID to learn how to best provide the meeting opportunities that corporations and societies and cooperatives need in order to do their business. And so we've certainly heard that clarity was needed. These organizations said that the clearer we could be, the better. And so it's within that context that these formats were created, the fully electronic, partially electronic, again, giving a choice. That was really important, but also recognizing that the chair could control the meeting, that there were ways to have voting options depending on how the meeting was structured. And again, we wanted to enable without prescribing, and that's why this language is characterized the way it is here in this bill.
Member, do you have a further question? Clause 1, yes. Member, Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. And I apologize to the minister if some of this might be repetitive based on her comments that she made earlier today during second reading debate. But important during the committee stage to get some of it on the record. The minister just did highlight a little bit around that choice aspect. So just for confirmation, it's up to the organization themselves. Not sure how that determination would take place within the organization, but it's up to the organization, I assume, not prescriptive, through this bill, a choice of how they designate their meetings, whether it be fully, partially, how they do that. That's an internal choice of those groups, correct?
Minister.
Yes, that's right.
Member.
Thank you. And are there any circumstances, though, where organizations may not choose an electronic? Once we get back, absolutely, after the COVID pandemic issues have hopefully been put well behind us in the rearview mirror, and a lot of companies, organizations will choose to go back to, I guess, what we knew. Obviously, we have the opportunity here through changes, but again, our company is going to be given that option to still fulfill back to what used to be our normal for holding meetings.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the entities can choose to have fully electronic meetings, but they can also choose in their bylaws or their rules to do what they have always been doing pre-COVID. And so again, this is really up to the entities to make the choices that best meet their needs.
Member.
So I guess a question I have for the minister there is, on the final determination of whether it be an in-person, a partial, or a fully electronic meeting, where I'm curious about this is the request from individuals. Who makes the final ruling? And what I mean by that is I'm trying to comprehend. We'll have a corporation that chooses to, just trying to give an example, let's just say it's post-COVID, a corporation chooses to have an in-person board meeting, but one or two of the members choose to request that they would rather it be a partial or fully electronic. Who makes that final determination? Because now that we've put in changes within the acts to allow for this, it is different. It used to be the board chair or the corporation there wasn't the option, I guess, unless they had that already within their directives under their terms of reference of how they hold meetings. But in this case, again, to the minister, using that example, if a corporation calls a in-person meeting, can individuals now, I guess, mandate, for lack of better words, that be now a partial meeting or a fully electronic meeting? Who makes that determination?
Minister.
Thank you. I mean, the member raises a good question, and what we need to remember here is that these are self-governed organizations, and it really is up to them to make the determination about how to resolve sort of the conflict that and I'm pointing to a screen which feels really weird. It's down on the floor, but the member raised an example of what a potential conflict might look like, and it really is up to the entity to have procedures in place, to have practices in place around this new opportunity that they choose to adopt, and that is the work of these organizations. I suspect that the member is familiar with those. I've certainly sat on those, and developing protocols and practices is part of the work of these entities, and they'll be able to make those determinations about how to best proceed.
Member.
Thank you. I'm interested to know where the TV was in that room. Another reason why I'm looking forward to being there in person, but it also kind of also highlights some of the opportunities, I guess, but also challenges that can take place when we're bringing technology into the realm of holding meetings. Does the minister feel at all that maybe having partial, especially partial electronic meetings might pose a challenge for those that are attending virtually in comparison to those that are attending in person? I guess the last thing we would want to see is a disadvantage if a company chose to go in a partial electronic meeting, a disadvantage for those that are unable to attend. And so I'm just curious, through a policies, I'm sure the minister will say that that's up to the organization, but was that considered when we talk about partial electronic meetings, that it could pose a disadvantage to those that are not physically present?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, what's interesting is that that's exactly what our experience is here today in this very moment, where the TV is situated on the floor. And I'm sort of having a conversation with in a 2D representation of the member. However, having said that, what a gift to be able to do the people's work, given the context, and that as government, I think we have done a tremendous job of demonstrating what's possible. We do challenging work, sophisticated work. We have because we can't all gather, which is unfortunate. But I think we've done, a tremendous job. And we're not alone. We've seen local governments do it. We've seen societies do it. We've seen corporations do it. So folks, not just here in British Columbia, but around the world, have been adapting to a new reality. But the other thing that's really interesting is, I've certainly had conversations with people who are saying that they're doing their international business has exploded because everyone is now virtual, and it's just allowed for an ease of engagement that they never had before. Don't know if that will continue past COVID, but they have found that it's allowed them to be more efficient in their work, reducing greenhouse gas emissions because they're not flying. So there's lots of those opportunities, and we're certainly heard from corporations and societies and cooperatives around accessibility for people who have mobility challenges. They can participate more fully. Certainly people with childcare, typically that's women, can more easily participate in these important meetings. And again, with distance, right? It means that people can be more efficient with their time. So all of these things are tremendous opportunities. And I think it is going to change the face of how business is conducted. Again, the organizations, the entities can make the decisions that best meet their needs, and they may choose to do a mixture, or they may do some meetings as fully and other meetings as partially, and other meetings potentially as in person. And again, they know what business, the business that they're in, what they need, and will make the decisions that meet their needs in the moment.
Member.
Thank you again to the minister. Knowing my proximity in the facility there in the chamber, I'll make sure I look up while I'm asking the questions. But just quickly to finish off on this one, again, I know what a lot of these answers are, and I know what the minister is going to say. I think it's just important for clarification just to get some of this on the record. So just confirmation again, the determination of process will be done by the individual corporations or entities, banks, et cetera, that those decisions will be made within those entities. But this bill allows them now for those structural changes within their process. So in essence, if I understand the minister correctly, I'm probably an easy question then, if it is right back to the companies, when this bill passes, it'll be up to each organization then to rewrite, possibly, it's within their realm of their policies and procedures of how they will move forward, either accepting this bill moving it into their practices. It'll be up to each group now to set those expectations, those goals, and limitations even within the organization of using technology.
Minister.
Thank you. And adaptation is already underway for many of these entities. Remember, we had a ministerial order in place so that they could conduct business using this format. And so for many of these entities, it'll just be a continuation of what they currently have in place.
Shall Clause 1 pass?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 2?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 3?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 4?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 5?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 6?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 7?
Aye.
So ordered. Clause 8? Member.
Thank you, Chair. And if it helps, we'll only be going through a few more, and then I'll maybe let the Chair know how we can move and expedite through other sections in a more expeditious manner. But under Section 8, this might be a good opportunity just for me to ask a few other questions here. I assume again to the Minister that the platform, the realm of how, not only how a organization is going to run an electronic meeting, but the platform they use, such as what we have here in front of us with Zoom today, those decisions will be at the choice of the organizations of how they choose to run it out. We have Teams, we have Zoom, we have different mechanisms, and there probably will be further ones developed as well. I guess that's not dictated at all in these acts and up to each organization, correct?
Minister.
That's correct.
Member.
So just quickly then, how under this act is there the opportunity for the minister, I guess, to ensure that shareholder meetings will continue to be accessible? I'm just curious if there is a I don't want to necessarily say complaints mechanism, but a challenge opportunity. Let's just say from an organizational perspective, they have their terms of reference, but a portion maybe of that organization does not agree. That is still, I assume, an internal matter. There's no recourse back to the minister if somebody feels that they're not being treated fairly or they're not being given the opportunity through accessibility. That'll be an internal corporation or operations matter. No mechanism to come back to the minister.
Minister.
Thank you. And so to the member, there are already remedies that exist in the Act where there are disputes within an organization. So each Act has provisions for resolving disputes within the respective organization. And so there's certainly opportunity for the complaints by members to go forward and to take them up with the appropriate mechanism for each Act.
Member.
Thank you. So this part here of the act or bill, we're specifically talking about, I guess, is the Business Corporation Act. And I know it's, again, a little repetitive as we go forward. But in this one specifically, was any research done or any work surveying done by the minister or through her office and staff to determine, how many businesses are actually affected? Do we have that kind of information? How many businesses are affected by these changes? Specifically around this. Now, I'm not talking about credit unions, banks. I'm just talking about businesses under the Corporation Act.
Minister.
Thank you. Well, the member's question is a good one. We haven't been asking for the data to ask how many businesses are making use of electronic or fully electronic or partially electronic. But of course, I know that the member knows that tens of thousands of businesses will be able to make use of this should they so choose. And again, I want to reiterate that this is a choice that can be made by corporations, societies, and others if it meets their needs.
Member. Shall Clause 8 carry?
Aye.
So order. Shall Clause 9 carry?
Aye.
So order. Shall Clause 10 carry?
Aye.
So ordered. Shall Clause 11 carry?
Aye.
So ordered. Shall Clause 12 carry?
Aye.
So ordered. Shall Clause 13 carry? Member.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. In Clause 13, we're talking now about a lot of regulation to be made by council through the Lieutenant Governor, or orders in council, regulation. Has the minister already done a lot of consultation with the affected organizations? Does she have an understanding of what regulations might be brought in? Of course, we're putting in changes through this act already, but under the Business Corporation Act, it's still authorizing further changes through regulation. What kind of changes would need to be contemplated, and has consultation taken place?
Minister.
Thank you very much. And there has been considerable consultation being undertaken. And I can let the member know that it doesn't look like there's going to be any demand for additional regulation, but we wanted to make sure that where there's requirements of notices and procedures of electronic meetings of directors or shareholders, and circumstances where a company must hold fully electronic meetings or directors of shareholders, that those were two areas under consideration. But based on our consultations, we're not expecting any regulations.
Member.
Well, in this section, just looking for some clarification then, in this section, it actually talks about situations where fully electronic meetings will take place, circumstances requiring fully electronic meetings by regulation. So when would there be a situation where it would be required that it would have to be fully electronic? Because I know we talked earlier about all the choices are through the organization, trying to understand then through Clause 13 why we're putting in something that says that maybe it looks on surface that choice might be taken away and it's a fully electronic meeting would be mandated.
Minister.
Thank you. So the perfect example is COVID. So in a case where we had a provincial health order that said you're not allowed to meet with someone outside your household, and yet business had needed to continue, it would save us the agony of putting together a ministerial order. I mean, we've done it, but lesson learned. So we've put this in so that we could make sure that should this, God forbid, ever happen again, we have legislation in place that allows us to do it through regulation.
Member.
Thank you. Appreciate the minister's candidness and explanation. I'm just trying to understand, though, why that would be needed if we already are putting in the act the choice to allow for partial electronic meetings or fully electronic meetings through all sections of this bill in all the different acts. It's already given them the freedom of choice to allow for fully if they so choose. So if we were in a situation like COVID, we already had a ministerial order that allowed that change. We're now putting it through legislation, so it's there for in perpetuity until a legislation changes, of course, if ever needed. So if they already have the choice, why would and when would we ever have a situation where it would be mandated that it's fully, when the company could already make that choice based on the circumstances that they'd be facing? I'm just trying to understand why that would be needed.
Minister.
Thank you. So this is the kind of time that you would use this regulation is when, for example, an organization or corporation has a prohibition against using the technology, having a partial or a hybrid or a fully electronic or meeting. And so if that's already exists in their article, in their practices, then they can't meet to change it. So this gives them, again, the tool that allows them to meet to change it.
Shall Clause 13 carry? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 14 carry? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 15 carry? So ordered. Shall Clause 16, member?
Thank you, Chair. On Clause 16, this one here talks about proxy voting. I'm just curious on the explanation, I guess, on this section and the determination of the availability and when proxy voting could be used. In this, if I'm reading this correctly, it's restricting voting by proxy to meetings where members are not using electronic means. Is there another area in this bill that allows for that? Or I'm trying to, if the minister could explain. Of course, there's lots of times when we have in-person meetings where people have been unable to make it, so they send in their proxy vote through either another board member. You know, if you're in a strata council, you know, we've seen how you can use proxy voting there. If I'm reading this, though, it says proxy voting will not be able to be done electronically. Am I reading that correctly? And if so, why was that put in?
Minister.
Okay, thank you. So And I appreciate the member's question. It is a good one. Proxy voting is currently restricted to situations where a member is geographically distant from the meeting location. And so it follows that proxy voting should continue to be limited to such cases, meaning that it should not be permitted where the member can participate in a meeting electronically. So, for example, if they are traveling, and are unable, or if there is no internet available. But the idea is to encourage people to participate, and that's why it's limited in this way.
Member.
So just trying to understand again, so the whole point of allowing flexibility through electronic means, through partial or fully electronic meetings, was to allow for people to not necessarily have to physically be at a location, to allow for possible diversity, as the minister and I even spoke to earlier today in second reading, on different boards. People who would, for different mobility issues, maybe can't always make it to the meeting, and now this will allow for diversity on a board. I'm trying to understand, though, through the minister's answer, does that mean that because they won't be able to attend in person, that they can't use a proxy vote? Or does that mean that proxy voting is only allowed again in person, which means the companies or organizations will not be allowed to have technological use for meetings if it's in a situation where not all members can attend if somebody chooses to? And again, the only reason why I'm asking is just to understand, to make sure we're not restricting the ability for somebody to be either first at a meeting, but if they can't attend a meeting, that their voice can still be heard through a proxy if it's held as an electronic meeting, because that's the choice of the board. So maybe the minister can just explain that a bit.
Minister.
Thank you. So this is about preserving using proxy only in limited circumstances where people cannot be in the actual meeting. And again, because it's electronic, you can participate electronically. It's for when you cannot participate in a meeting electronically even. So there are cases where that might be the case. For example, you might be traveling, and you can't turn on your cell service. You might be in hospital. You still get to use your voice through proxy, but it's only in limited circumstances, because we want to preserve that as recognizing the importance of people being present. But if they can't, they can use proxy, but we're just changing what it means to be present, and electronically is one way to be present now. So this adjusts that.
Member.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation to the minister. I'm just noting the time here, but I'm also noting the fact that the remainder of this bill, again, is quite redundant through the different terminologies that are used depending on the corporation or bank or institution. So with that, I just want to thank the minister again for her candid responses. Again, this is something that I believe this bill makes a lot of sense as we move forward. Technology has become even more of our friend in troubling times. I know the minister and I share the hope that sooner rather than later, we will be back face to face, where that is an option and not a mandate to use electronic means through hybrid sessions like we have right now. The reason why I just flagged that, Chair, is I will turn things back to you and the minister, but I am willing, as I assume there's no other questions from anyone, so from 16 right through to, I believe it's 65 or 66, I'll leave that to the chair. We can pass those inclusive after, if the minister has something else to add.
Thank you, member, and you're correct. There are no others that have indicated they wish to speak, but I will recognize the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the member from Peace River South for his good questions, and appreciate the support of this bill. And I know that having the flexibility will make a difference to many around the province. So with that, I look forward to moving through to third reading.
Thank you, Minister. And shall clauses 16 through 67 carry?
Aye.
So ordered. Shall the schedule carry?
Aye.
So ordered. And shall the title carry?
Aye.
So ordered. I believe that concludes the, final comments for Minister.
I move that the committee rise.
Sorry, I need you to do this one because we
this one?
finished
Oh.
education estimates. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section A reports resolution.
Hold on a second, I'm sorry.
Let's do this one.
There you go.
Okay. Do you want me to do that one first? Yeah.
No, it's because we did
Oh, got it.
ministry
I got it.
estimates,
Got it.
education.
Honorable Chair, I move that the committee rise, report resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Education, and report Bill number 9 complete without amendment, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the question. All those voting remotely, have your voting cards ready. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. The motion is carried.
This committee stands adjourned.
That is great. Thank you, Minister and members. This committee now stands adjourned.
you.